How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. Today, I am still Will. Lately out of order. I'm Will, and today we are continuing our painting of DC United minis with some paint separation on the wet palette, because that's always normal. I was trying to check some things out. If you guys notice, up in the back corner, I did get my extra life set up, so something will be flowing through the chat eventually, or as always, it's in the description below. You can click the link, go out to support Extra Life. I'll have a video later in the week. I'm going to record it tomorrow, so it'll be published probably next week with the different incentives we're going to offer, as well as, well, what Extra Life is. So if you are interested, make sure you subscribe. That way you know when I publish that video. Either way, I'm going to go ahead and flip over. We got to get these painted at some point tonight. Sooner rather than later, because I don't want to be up all night. Well, I say that. I'm going to be up till like 2 a.m. I did move the camera more towards me, so I'm hoping that helps tonight, because I kept pulling the mini back to about here, and it doesn't seem to be helping as much as I thought it would be. But we will see. We will see. I did try one other thing. I tried turning the light behind me on. The problem was it just kept casting a shadow here. So, and the reason I did that is because I went back and looked at like all the minis we painted last night, so like Joker and all that, And there were just small little bits that I missed that I couldn't see with the light I'm currently painting on. So painting tip, good light helps. So I usually have to do a little bit of touch up after it's all said and done because of that. All right, so we're going to start with the Man of Steel, the man of the hour. Why? Because he's mostly blue and red, and I'm hoping I can get him done quickly. I'm hoping I can get him done quickly. Yeah, so blue, red, yellow. We already did the pink yesterday to take care of his yellow. And lots of green because of poison ivy. And I do have this fluorescent green that was left over from yesterday, so I might use that for his eyes. Because his eyes are supposed to be a kind of a glowing because, you know, he's being controlled. All right, blue. Where are my blues? My blues are all up here. So I added water. That's what took me a little bit. I had to add more water to the wet palette, and I didn't do it the efficient way. So instead, I used one of these pipettes and I just kept adding water to it. What I really probably think I want to get is like a spray bottle, so I can do like a light mist over it every so often if I've got to keep the fan on. But again, I don't know if I'm gonna have to keep the fan on at all times because during the summer. See, right now we're kind of in a weird state, which reminds me, I gotta get my plumeria out of the. I pull my plumeria out, and it says we're supposed to get freezing again, so that's not going to be fun. But to that end, during the summer, of course, the air conditioning pretty much runs non-stop, right? So you don't really have to worry about having a fan on necessarily. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna paint over these leaves. I'll have to deal with them later. I'm not gonna try to be all gentle around them. I mean, blue and green, you know, they kind of go together. When I did the flesh tone yesterday, I forgot to do his hands, so that's gonna need done. Yes, I think this is better because I'm in a better position. It starts to get worse as the stream goes on, of course, because I start to get tired. So we will see if I keep up with having everything in the right position. I feel like I should be able to get these done. I'm gonna jinx myself. I'm not even gonna say. I stopped myself mid-sentence, kind of like I'm gonna jinx myself. But basically, I was trying to say I can get them done quickly, and something can always come up. But if you are interested in the playthrough, I will be doing my playthrough starting Monday. So we'll do Monday, Wednesday, Friday's lunchtime stream. We'll do the 3. I do need to change the order. I mentioned that last night, but it was like 2 a.m., so I didn't change the order. Hopefully I remember to do that tomorrow. Maybe. And every single, like, DC loves their capes. Like, Marvel really doesn't do capes that often, but DC really loves their capes. No capes. This was the Incredibles. No capes. Edna would not be having it. I wish there was no capes because it just makes it a pain in the neck. Like even Batman. So I mentioned how once I had it in a different light, I was able to see where I missed. And yeah, underneath Batman's cape was horrible. It was. I didn't imagine it was going to be a pretty picture, but it was worse than I thought. All right, I think, yeah, his boots, I think, are definitely going to be, well, of course I took a card. I should have grabbed his hero card. Let me grab his hero card. I've got his villain card. His villain card. The villain cards, of course, because they have all this extra stuff on them. It doesn't show the full picture. Up, up, and away. Superman moves to a location opposite the hero with the kryptonite ring. So he's trying to run away from me. I also kind of have to change. So I mentioned I watched Hush yesterday evening before I started painting. That way I'd have something to talk about if somebody wanted to talk about Hush. But the problem is, there's most of the time it's just Batman and Catwoman. Like that's the majority of the movie. Again, didn't read the comics. I guess we'll go with this one. And so I could do 2-player playthrough for all of them, right? Just do 2 characters the whole time. Put those back up. But I don't feel like that would be... I think I've discovered through playing all the Marvel United stuff now that the optimal player count is 3 for the United system, right? So I think if I were to play with less than 3, it would be suboptimal. So basically it's going to be Batman, Catwoman, and somebody else in each one. I currently have Superman against Hush. I don't know if that's where I will leave him. I was kind of saying, oh, we rescued Superman, right? And then he's going to help us with Hush. But now we'll be rescuing Superman early, because Joker and Harley will be the second one. That's all the blue. It's a lot of blue. Oh, dang it, I did his underoos, of course, and those are supposed to be red. All right, let's get the hands. I think I went with this. At the end of the day, I think I went with this flesh tone. I don't remember. So we went to the eye doctor today. He was not in. We had to schedule an appointment. Which villain do you think should be Hush? Well, I mean, I know who Hush is from watching the movie. I don't know how that correlates to the comics, because I didn't read the comic. I mean, I don't want to give away spoilers to anybody who might want to still watch it, so... I don't know. It was a surprise. Oh, well, wait, there were 2. I'm talking about the animated movie. You mean the comics? Different than the comics. There wasn't a Hush in the animated movie, or in the animated series, was there? I don't think Hush was in that. If he was, I completely overlooked that. This is not the paintbrush I was using. I remember reading somewhere, I think during the Kickstarter campaign, somebody said that there was differences in the way who it was in different mediums, but I wasn't sure which one was more accurate. Normally, and the reason I was going for the animated movie is because normally DC's animated movies are pretty close to the comics, right? It's the reason why their animated stuff does so much better compared to their live action stuff. Yeah, so I missed the stupid hands last week. How you doing, David? Glad to see you. Usually join me on Saturdays. So that gets me going on Saturday streams. And if you missed the very beginning, David, of course, you can see the wonderful little Extra Life logo back up in the corner. So we do have the Extra Life page up. I don't have my incentives up yet. So I have to figure out. I'm not going to do painting incentives because unfortunately, if I did painting, then I would never get to paint my own minis right now. Well, I like it as an incentive. It's taxing, and if Audrey could paint, then I would do it. But with the baby, she don't have time to paint. I think the animated movie was a standalone, but the live Batman movie was different, I've heard. Oh, so wait a minute. So the new Batman movie, like the one with the dude from Twilight, that was actually based on Hush? I didn't know that. I don't know. Again, the DC universe, they cannot get their universe straight. They've tried and tried and tried. And the best thing they had to build off of was the Nolan verse, and they just didn't do it. So then they tried to make the gritty Superman that wasn't in the Nolanverse, and that didn't work. So then they kept evolving that into what was the Justice League, which didn't work. And then they just started throwing everything possible at the wall, trying to catch up with Marvel. And they were trying to build their teams too quick instead of doing independent movies. Like, they just don't know what they're doing. Now, they do have Gunn over there now, who, you know, did great stuff over at Marvel, so I guess we'll have to see. I don't know why I put that right on top of the pink. That was probably not smart, Will. But yeah, I haven't watched anything that James Gunn has done. I think the last... I watched Suicide Squad. I have not watched any of the Aquaman. I haven't watched Shazam or Black Adam. So, yeah. So I'm way out of date with my cinematic stuff. Like I said, I think they do such a great job with their animated stuff. I'll watch their animated movies anytime. They're good watches, right? And they're quasi in the same universe, but they don't have to be. I gotta do red light because it's gonna require more than one coat. But yeah, so in the animated, yeah, it's kind of a weird choice in the animated. I get in the DCU if they did change it because, you know, if they're trying to set things up for future movies or whatever they're trying to do. I've always been more of a Marvel fan than a DC fan. Like, I know I've read some DC comics in the 90s when I was reading mostly Marvel. But it was more or less like the big events like Death of Superman and stuff like that. Would I actually say my favorite thing in the DC universe is actually, oddly enough, Green Lantern. Because I wasn't really into the Marvel space comics. But I liked Green Lantern in DC. I liked their space stuff and how they were doing all that. Trying to keep this red smooth is not easy. Not only keep it smooth, but keep it from like glooping over the details. Oh, I forgot red, and that's what I missed. That's why red was so much easier than everybody else. I forgot my extra step of doing the Parasite Brown. Dang it. You know, I forgot something. I was like, why is this going on worse than when I did Superior Spider-Man last week? It's because I forgot a step, Will. Get that out of that groove. Yeah, I'm losing some detail there because it got so glooped in his S back there. There you so we are going to require more than one coat on Soup's cape. So that looks horrible. Horrendous, I might even say. Alright, let's look at his... Let's switch to a smaller brush, get his underoos. Gotta click off of this. There we go. I had the extra life logo still highlighted, so I saw these red lines across my screen. It's kind of annoying. I have to go back and look it up. What was the first superhero underoos? That's a good question. And were the first underoos actually superheroes, or did they actually have like something else, just like animals or something on the first set they ever made? I feel like they were designed, I know, growing up, they were designed right for kids and to be like, oh, look, superheroes wear, underwear on their outside. You can too, with them on the, having them on your underwear. And I lost all my pink for my yellow on the belt. So, going to probably have to paint that again. Heard about the discount Superman? His secret ID is Clark Campbell. He's a bit chunky too. David with his jokes keeps me on my toes. It's the only way you can get through a 24-hour extra life marathon, right, David? All right. I'm not going to do his S yet, because the yellow will probably mess it up anyways. So better just not to mess with it. I slapped his face real hard with that red. Just whacking red all over the place. Red, blue, doesn't matter. I'm just making a mess. All right, let me paint his belt pink again. I have some pink. So I accidentally put the red on the pink. Okay, these are getting confusing. So these weeds, or the poison ivy vines, are like right over where the belt is. I'm having a hard time seeing, okay, where's the belt and where's the weeds? Careful when you go for paint poison ivy for obvious reasons, although using cadmium yellow fur would be appropriate. Yeah. Luckily, poison ivy's not in this. I say luckily and unluckily. I really felt like, she should have been in here, but, you can't send a box to retail without Superman. So here we are. All right, do I do straight black for his hair, or do I go do my normal necromantic cloak? Let's try the necromantic cloak. The news is Simon is doing slightly better than they were doing before, with all their sales and everything. So I guess we'll see when their annual earnings report for this year shows up. See how that works out. So hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm currently in for the Massive Darkness campaign, the DC United campaign, the Dead Keep, because I backed that before I ever got any Zombicide, Black Plague, Green Horde stuff. Because I figured, okay, that'd be a good substitute for that. And then now I've got all of that. And then what was it? It was like, it's not Labyrinth, because that's the one that Awakened Realms is doing. But yeah, that little dungeon crawler adventures, or whatever it was called. That one. I think all I've got outstanding, because the Witching Hour finally delivered. Got my Witching Hour. Say I got my Witching Hour, but it's a duplicate, so technically I'm going to do it as a giveaway at some point anyways. But yeah, I've got several $100 that may or may not ever show up. Soup doesn't have black hair. He does. He has black hair. I'm just doing necromantic cloak. I don't use straight black that often because, it's just too dark. So here's a good example. On Huntress, I did the pure black, and see, it's just so dark. Whereas her bodysuit, I did necromantic cloak. And the only reason I had to do her pure black is because her hair went right over top of her cloak. So it was the only way to make sure that was differentiated. And then the same thing with Poison Ivy. I did her necromantic cloak, right? Because it looks better. Like it looks like it has shadow and highlights, even though it doesn't, because it's not pure black. But then her whip, I did in pure black, right? So that way it would stand out a little bit differently. So I just recently started doing that. Oh, it looks grayish. Yeah, it is. It's just, it darkens. It'll darken a bit. But that's what I said. I usually put it on, see how it looks, and if I feel like it needs to be darker, I'll make it darker. But yeah, I haven't been using straight black much recently. This is more of a recent development. All right. Oh, I didn't do his eyebrows or his mouth. So. I gotta redo his entire face. What am I doing trying to do his mouth already? Completely messed up his face with the red. And of course that red's still wet. Cannot tell if that's an ear or hair, and it just looks very weird. Is that cloak? Oh, that's the vines, I think. That's not his ear either. Where's his ear? That's not ear, that's hair. So I'll paint this and I'll figure out where his ear is later. I don't know. Can't find his ear. Really, yeah. So it looks washed out on the camera because the lights. Yeah, so it's really bright, so it washes a lot of this out. I've noticed, and unfortunately, that's to my detriment as well because I'm looking at that when I'm looking at things, and then I'm also looking at here in front of me. So sometimes I'm like, oh, on the camera it looks really good, so that must mean it looks really good, and then like in person, I'm like debating, does it actually look as good? That's why after this is all said and done, tomorrow, when I'm in regular daylight and I can have my overhead light on, I usually have to do a little bit of touch up anyways. I did that red so thin, it's still down in the crevices, just bleeding into everything. I'm trying to get it out of there. Yeah, let's do his hands again. Let's get a second coat on these. So I've got an auto. Who's your favorite Superman? You like Chris Reeves? I don't know. Like I didn't mind the new one. The middle one was kind of meh. Uh, one that was in the same, basically supposed to be in the same universe as Christopher Reeves. He was then in the Arrowverse show, Legends of Tomorrow, right? He was the Molecule Man or whatever. He was the Ant-Man ripoff. The Atom. Yeah, the Atom. I don't know. People ask it a lot. It's like, well, who's your favorite? This character, or that character. Who's your? And it's like, I don't know. I like everything, so I don't really have like a favorite. I guess if there was a team. Oh, here's a team I want to read. If I couldn't read anybody else, who would I read? Right. Then even then, you say, okay, well, who's my favorite member of that team? Like, who's my favorite X-Men? It's like, I've flip-flopped over who that is through the years, and it's more or less how they are in the comics, like how they're being used and whether their story is interesting. All right, so I got blue touch up all over the place, a little bit of black that I got touch up here. Or again, necromantic cloak, which is not black. Seems like baby is asleep. Dang it, I missed again. How the hell you're like 2 inches away from it? Alright, here's the fun part. Can I get the eyelashes without messing up? Or eyebrows, not eyelashes. Just barely. Yeah, it is more washed out than it usually is. If you collect for the future, look at the Unbeatable Squirrel Girl graphic novels. Good role model for baby girl. Funny too. Some of the Squirrel Girl comics I can read. Some of them I can't. It's kind of like Deadpool. Like some Deadpool comics I can read, some I can't. The Moon Girl, actually, oddly, I like the Moon Girl Devil Dinosaur runs that they were doing for a while. I don't, at least where I'm currently reading, I don't think there's a run. But I did enjoy that run, those couple comics series. They started going off on the deep end too. Like, like I don't know. It seems like yeah, they like a lot of the weird, kooky characters. They just kind of started going off on the deep end with them at some point. Like Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, she went into space with Devil Dinosaur, and she had to help Ego and his son, which basically is like, you know, a moon, reconcile because they were fighting. Kind of weird. Yeah, it's probably gonna take probably three coats. Is like I said, it's because I have to thin it down so it doesn't get heavy in the spots. It's taking longer to dry in the crevices that it's actually settling in, which is my whole thing. I don't want it to settle on the crevices. More via the libraries. I actually have Marvel Unlimited. I actually subscribed to it because when I was driving to work, versus now, right, I was needing something to do on my lunch breaks, and so I was finally trying to catch up on my comic reading. Now I have it, and I've got not a lot of time to read because now I'm streaming most nights. Like I don't know where anybody finds the time to do anything anymore. Like just between work and wanting to do some kind of hobby activities, going out and trying to do stuff outside. Just not enough time in the day. You move to one of those countries that have 4-day work weeks and 6-hour work days. Yeah, we're definitely gonna probably get a third coat on these. Not really popping yet. I can still see the gray. So I messed up. I gotta make sure with Harley Quinn I don't mess up. And Harley Quinn I gotta make sure I put my base coat of something. It doesn't matter. Any brownish red. Terracotta. I got terracotta still on the wet palette, so that might be the winner. There you go. I think there's 13 or so. Yeah, they've had quite a few Squirrel Girl series. All right, so there's coat number 2 of the red. Like again, it's kind of like you were saying, David, how things look brighter. Like it looks way brighter. Like I can't see barely the gray at all, but in person I can see the gray kind of poking through. So I did get a publisher to send a game. They didn't say they specifically wanted it to be a 2-player, but I said I could try to make it a 2-player. So we may see our video on the stream. All right. So we need yellow. I always fight yellow. Let's go straight yellow on that one. Funny paint names. Welcome back, Terracotta. You're right. I mean, they usually do come up with some cool, unique names. That would be one. Have a paint company that they name all of their paint colors based off of like old TV shows. All right. Any guesses how many coats of yellow this is going to take? Now, the question is that green? That green annoys me. I don't want to use that green to paint the green on him. Punch him. But it's kind of the color green I need. And I think that's too dark for what I'm needing on him. But I got a lot of that still in the palette is the problem. Now, they have kind of married overnight on the wet palette. So maybe it's not as goopy and nasty as it was last night. 5 on yellow. Okay, Dave's over under is 5 on yellow. That's the over under right now is 5. Now, luckily, the yellow here is inset, right? So you can kind of put it slightly heavier and just let it fill in instead of having to worry about it laying over top. Now, underneath on his belt, that's not going to be the case. Where's it at? Let's say there's a little, I know there's a little dot right above his, on the top of the S2. Is it a plant? So again, went to the eye doctor, didn't get to see the eye doctor. Although, even if they give me reading glasses or prescription glasses, right, that are bifocal in nature, I don't think they're going to give me like a 4X just because I paint minis. It'll probably just be standard reading on the bottom and non-reading on the top. Which means I'll still have to use these. It's really hard to tell where this belt is supposed to be. Again, there's vines like right in it. Not getting to see the eye doctor makes it seem like a bad eye doctor. You should be able to see him by when you leave. Yeah, I don't. It's weird. Like they only take walk-in / appointments up to a certain time. It's lens crafters at the mall, and after going there, and like I'm bad about this. Like somebody will be like, "Oh, well, okay. Do you just want to go ahead and do an appointment?" Blah blah blah. In the back of my head, I'm like, "Well, I'm already here, right? So I'll do it." But like, they're not even my preferred network. And the mall's like a half an hour away. Like there's definitely definitely closer ones than that, I would imagine. All right, let's see here. Let's pull up. I'm pulling up the campaign page to kind of get an idea. Please tell me they painted Superman, because they didn't paint all the minis. So I had that issue last night. Yes. I'm trying to look at the cape. So is his symbol on the back of his cape normally red and yellow? Huh. Superman cape. Superman cape. Looks like it is. Comics. So now this one, it's completely yellow. This one's red and yellow. They don't really show the back of his cape that often in the comics. That one's completely yellow. So in all of the real life ones, it's red and yellow. In the comics, I see one image that has it, and it's all yellow. Let me go to Google and try there. Bing's been not very helpful lately when it comes to like searching as much as he used to. I mean, it was never not very good to begin with, but like image search, I used to be able to do a lot more with image search than I can do now. Superman cape comic books. Images. Now here's one. This is a newer one. Cape and cow. Sorry, image not available. That is not where I wanted you to go. I just wanted to see this one image. Open a new. I think it's all yellow. Oh, dang it. Cape and Cow's got their website thing. I think it's all yellow. Because this one, it's all yellow too. Okay, and here's another one. It's all yellow. Yeah, it's all yellow because the death of Superman, it's all yellow. It's supposed to be all yellow. All right, so. Guess I need to paint that pink first. Guess I need to paint it pink first. I mean, what about BGG images? To see the card art? Well, so there, I grabbed the cards earlier. I don't think any of the cards show the back either. I mean, I can grab them again. They're on top. I don't think any of these showed the back. Show the back of the cape. It like the closest you get is like right here to the side of his head, but you still don't see the full cape. So I'm gonna paint it more comic accurate because it should be all yellow. So, question is, do I make it pink first? Probably. The problem with doing this now is I could probably do the third coat of red. So I just got to be careful around the pink. And then later tonight, I get to figure out how to make a green. I know, yellow plus blue. My daughter can tell me that, but that's not what I mean. That was way too much pink, Will. All right. Kind of weird how they have it down in the folds. Not a fan. I have the elevator song stuck in my head. What's her name? Lori Berkner or something like that. So we got a Tony box for Lucita. And so one of them she has is like it's a little dinosaur. And they're riding in the elevator and they make like animal sounds as they get to each floor. The joys of parenthood. All right. Coat number 3 of red. All right, we're going to get a little bit more water. Try to dilute this just a touch more. So this is like, I don't understand people that use black primer. Like this is gray primer and this red is taken forever to really coat it properly. I couldn't imagine if I used black. That's same as like yellow, white. I mean, any of the hard to cover colors. Just could not imagine using black primer on those. Now the underneath, I guess I'm not as worried about it being as vibrant red. I mean, you just call it shadows. At the top, I want it to be red. Now I've heard you can highlight with orange and it makes the red pop a little bit more. I've just never tried that because I don't do highlighting really. So I don't know how well that would work. It's like, let me start with Superman. He should be easy. He's 2 colors. And almost an hour later, I'm still painting Superman. Because his 2 colors want to be a pain in the butt. All right. We're good there. Still don't like this red. Man. This is Vallejo. Vallejo usually goes real good coverage, real smooth coverage, but this red is just something else, man. I'd have to compare it to the other reds I've done if I've ever really gotten a nice saturated red. If I did, it was probably because I base coated it. Or did like 8 coats of red. Again, it looks great in the video, but I can see the gray, so it doesn't look smooth because of the gray. I think the gray is making it get a little bit of a shadowing I don't like. So now what I'm doing is I'm basically just putting water across it. See if I can help smooth out that shadowing. Don't know. All right. All right, let's put our first coat of green on. I'm going to use the... I want to use that green. And I hate that jungle green. I really do. I mean, it is like it's a pretty vibrant green. If I'm going to do the glowing green here, I feel like I kind of have to do a vibrant green. So let's go with Scorpy green. The thing is, like, I didn't know if I don't think I want to do the base in that. So I'm thinking maybe I do the base in the darker and then I use the Scorpy green to highlight it. I think that's what I'll do. Worst case scenario, I don't like it and we'll just do it again. So let us mix this madness that I've got going on right here. Let's see what we get. So tip, after you mix a lot of paint, which means it probably got up into your ferrule, rinse your brush out. A little yellow with the darker green might lighten it. Yeah, the issue was the so this green, I don't know why, this jungle green by Army Painter, it paints kind of glossy and it reminds me of like gel. I don't know why, like a gel pen or a gel paint. When I paint with it. And I've painted with it a couple times and I've just never been happy with what it does. It almost seems like, okay, if you use this, you'd want to like glop it on more like a goo, like some kind of goo that's coming off of like tentacles or something. So I'm gonna do the main vine, the dark green I used, or the bluish green that I used for Joker's hair. Then I can always lighten that after. I think also because I don't want to draw attention to the vines, right? Your base, you never want to draw attention to your base. So this kind of helps with that. Very plain and basic base. Just green. I never know if Oddity's up out there or not, because she puts. I hear her put the baby to bed, but sometimes she goes to bed early on the weekends. So when Bella's walking around, I never know, do I need to get up and let her out? That's green. There's a dry brush you could do matte glossy paint. Yeah, like I said, it wasn't as much that it was glossy, and I don't mind that. Like I said, it was just like, see, this looks. You're right. I got to figure out why it's oversaturated. Oh, I know why it's oversaturated more than usual. So I ran into the same problem before, so I put it on auto ISO. But then what was happening was it gave me too much grain when I did the gameplay. So now my ISO is set to, it's over 800, which is, you really don't want it to be over 800. But that's for when I use my regular lens. And I just realized I'm using my zoom lens, which I think I can drop the ISO almost down to 400. So I'm like double the ISO I need to be right now. I probably should just put it back on auto. Probably should just put it back on auto. Yes. All right, now we got little vine going up the back here. Oh yeah, I forgot to do the second coat on his underoos. Guess I'll do that now. All right, I was gonna say, let me find all the leaves, but I'm gonna need to put my goggles on for that. I was gonna say, let me find them just so I know where they're gonna be painted. And it said some crazy weirdness here. I guess, oh, his costume's ripped. That's annoying. Yeah, that's quite annoying. I was like, why has he got this random blockiness in his leg? It's because he ripped his costume. Now, I need to get me some more tawny flesh. I don't know what Tawny flesh is. Yes, holy cow. So I did get the, I had to use a drill bit to get, so my pale flesh, I had an issue. I had to use a drill bit to drill through the top to pop out whatever was in it. Don't know what it was. It was hard as a rock. All right. So we have rips in his pants. Kind of isn't quite, well, I guess it depends again which comic you read or movie or whatever. I always thought no, I guess that's movies. Because yeah, his uh, suit gets torn up all the time in the comics. It just looks weird to have a random dot there. In the art it shows 2 dots, but I don't see the second dot. Yeah. It's okay. We need to do another coat on the hands anyways. All right. Yellow part 2. Yellow, the second part. I put way too much yellow on this palette. I mean, I need it for Robin, but I put way too much yellow on this palette. You're panting up a storm, sweetie. Robin seems like the better villain name than a hero. Robin. Huh. You eventually get Nightwing out of it, so. This belt is a pain in the neck. Like, they've got so much going on in this one little area with just way too much going on in one little area. Yeah. Not a fan. robbing. Robin the robber. Robin the robber? It is still kind of weird that they went with a Hush box for retail. Figured Spin Master would have tried to get, like, you know, a Justice League box or something like that. I mean, I get Batman. It's like, okay, it's Batman. You gotta have a Batman box. But even then, they could have done, you know, a Batman core box that wasn't Hush. And they've got the key things, right? They got Joker, they got Harley, they got Batman, Catwoman. Huntress, again, I mentioned yesterday's stream. Huntress is just a very weird choice. Hush is a weird choice. Because, again, he's not mainstream. Well, unless what David said, the new movie is about Hush. In which case, I guess he is mainstream, and that's why they decided to go that route. Iron Fist seems like he should be doing laundry. Alright, so let's let that, because we're going to probably need a second coat on that too. Yeah, and it's way too bright. I could change it. I just have to stand up on a chair to do it. Actually, I got to stand up on the table to do it. All right. So we're going to put the black for his eyes, and we're going to do the white on top of the black. I can't see a thing, though. X-ray glasses time. And I didn't replace the batteries, of course. I either over-painted or over-primed because I have lost his pupils. I'm completely missing this eye. I've hit everything but where I want to hit. I keep hitting his cheek. I want to hit the cheek. I want to hit this upper spot that just does not want to have paint on it. Down his cheek again. Holy cow, Will. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix that. And so I saw Gnome and Brushes. She does the eyes first, and then she paints the skin around it. And I think I've seen somebody else do that as well. Probably should take that approach. No, wait. Needing X-ray glasses for Superman seems appropriate. Just to avoid the laser beams. So, we just need a dot in the middle. Just gonna make this glow. That's all we're gonna do with it. Finish this up. Get his cheek back in order. That is the bad one. That works. And do this for his mouth. Yeah, I think I might have accidentally overprimed him because he has like low detail on his mouth as well. Like I can't see his teeth. That's not the right color, Will. Definitely can see all of the leaves with these things on. So I figured it was going to have to happen. I was probably going to have to wear these for the leaves. He got punched in the mouth. He's got pink teeth. All right. Take those off for a minute because those things are heavy. Oi. And we will do, I guess I'll do the green eyes. Lots of blue touch-up. I think I wasn't doing the blue touch-up because I knew I had to do all the yellow and everything else for a bit. Let's do our second coat up here for the yellow. Dude, I think I'm going to get away with maybe 2 coats of yellow. I say that and I probably jinxed myself because I'm still seeing issues with the yellow up here on the top. Alright, get some red, clean this up. Yeah, it might be good. Alright, let's get the red here. So if there's a leaf then, because on the picture it shows a leaf on top of his S. But it's not a leaf. Oh, that's mine. You need extra glasses for Superman. Oh, no, that's what he said earlier. And you. Oh, that's an S. All right, let's do the green. Do his eyes. You need to stir this up first. Where'd my basing brush go? Doesn't need to really be too mixed up because I kind of want it as a wash anyways. There you go. And let's get my Scorpy green and my stupid glasses back out. Yeah, I can't tell where these vines are at all. And that's really the sad thing about that is I bought. Oh, I have livery green. I think that's gonna be too green. That's not. I bought this jungle green to really replace the Scorpio green, and now it's not, because it's a close enough equivalent, but I just don't like the way that works. Livery, I think it's too bright. Livery could have worked good in the. I don't know. Maybe I wonder if I'll make a wash of the livery and throw it in there. Right. Back to you. So again, we're at an hour and a half on Superman, who I thought was going to be the quickest. Great. Oh, there's the other holes in his shirt. Dang it. Those are tiny. Holy cow. See, where'd they go? If there's any more or not, I guess we'll find out when we keep going. I'll say, I guess regular Superman, I was going to say Spider-Man. Regular Superman probably won't be so hard. So I don't got to worry about getting around all these vines and all that. Still got to do the red. Still got to do the yellow. Maybe I'll remember not to screw up that next time. leaves. Get these leaves, it makes it pop out a lot better. Whew. Didn't like the poison I was able to so easily. Yeah. So I know fake kryptonite was involved. And then the question is, where did Hush get a hold of fake kryptonite? Because I thought Lex was the only one that could make that. And again, I'm going off the movie. According to the movie, this was the time when Lex was a member of Justice League. He was kind of being a good guy for a while. So I'm kind of confused about that. Here's that hot mess I was talking about of vines and belt and vines and suit, and who else knows what else is down in this area. Just a hot mess. Again, don't know if it's a hot mess because of me over priming, hot mess just because the mold was soft. Hot mess due to the design and they went a little bit overboard down here. I don't know. But it is a hot mess. All right. So, oh, here's another one. Again, don't know if I want to make the bottom this bright. So I can go see how Big Child painted it, right? Did they make it as bright? And if they did, do you lose focus from Superman if you make it bright? All right. Leaves and vines are looking good. Going to need a touch up the blue. Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting to do the blue until after I did the green because I figured I might mess up the green. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to make the bottom one this bright of a color. So I'm going to go look at... So they did a darker color with bright highlights. So, let's see here. What if I think I'm good? Let's do the touch up on the blue. Maybe if I do the bright green as a wash, make a wash of the bright green. What am I going to get in there? It's not going to be fun. Uh-oh. Steady hands, Will. I was thinking of green for the bottom vines and a dark wash to go in the cracks. Huh. That would probably work. I would darken it up a bit. I think I'm going to try to do a dry brush and see how that comes out. Doesn't come out well, or I over dry brush, right? I can always do a wash on top. I need some red in there. I think I'm going to go to Hush after this just so I can try to knock one out quickly. At least just tan. Yeah, his belt, that's just a nightmare in that area. Now it's like it's too thick over here. Can't tell what's belt and what's trunks. Guess that's trunks. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Crazy. Still feels like that belt's going a little bit in the wrong direction. It's not lining up. Yeah, that's just it's a bad mold. Like, they shouldn't have done that way. Green in there to kind of cover that up. Yeah, the belt on this side kind of goes down a little bit more than like lining up with that belt there. Kind of annoying. All right, dry brush time. I think that's it. Put the dry brush on, and I think I'm good with them. All right. Ow. That thing's heavy and hurts. That thing's heavy and hurts. So. Dry brush. So get some more green here. Make it a kind of not a light dry. I think I'm gonna do more of a heavy dry brush. Well, it almost does what Dave was saying, right? It's gonna make it the brighter green, but hopefully keep a good amount of that. And then we'll take straight green and do all the thorns. I got Mario. I've mentioned this before, but like, yeah, I don't hear the music. It doesn't play through my computers because then it would play out the play back into the microphone. So like, I don't know how good or bad music sounds or how much in loud, quiet, whatever. Let's get a little bit more of the highlight. Back here. Good. All right, black rim it. We'll call it a day. Or call him a day. Got 3 more minis to paint. Just hope everybody else is easier than he was. First mini of the night giving me troubles. Here we go. Black rim and all. Now I'm debating, do I want to make those spikes pop even more by using that brighter green? I'm kind of feeling it. I do want to give his eyes another pop of the bright green though. Let's do that. Yeah, let's see if we can just highlight these up a little bit. Yeah, I think that's better. Makes them pop more. All right. Let's go to Hush. Let's do Hush. Move over, Batman. Superman's coming through. Because, again, Hush is basically just a big tan trench coat and brown legs. I need a dark brown, which is this. And I need a tannish red or brownish red. Parasite brown is more of a red. Pepper brown. Other brown doesn't just have enough red in it. My old school leather brown works. Yeah, let's go with that. And then I have to do like an off-white for his off-white for the bandages. All right, so this one I'm definitely gonna have to put on the vortex. So I will be right back. I gotta do this in the vortex. So I'm gonna mute the sound while I do that. So I used to mark them if I put them. I used to know I put a ball bearing in it because I put the paint on the top. Because hey, that means I did it. But I don't know because I didn't hear them the entire time. I might have to switch to that. So there's a new vortex mixer. It's not a new vortex mixer, but it's a vortex mixer that got popular in Japan. Which is kind of an odd place because with like Gundams or Gunpla, they don't actually paint them, although I think it is becoming more popular. Oh, he's got some kind of crazy knee brace thingies on his legs. Did they paint him? No, they didn't paint. Oh yeah, they did paint Hush. He's just some kind of knee brace thing going on. Starts working on Hush and mutes the sound. Well, yeah, so it's instead of the regular vortex mixer, which is, vibrates and you have to hold your hand on it, it opens and closes and clasps around and then shakes. And they've got generic ones on online, so I might switch that because the vibration on my hand is not fun. So the only problem with all this is I already painted the base. Painted the base yesterday. And I don't know what to do with this with his kneecap things. Primer? For what, David? What primer? paint them brown for now. I'll worry about painting over them in a minute. Because in the art, they don't look very metallic. They kind of look just like tan. But Big Child Creative painted them more of a metallic. At least this way I make sure I get it, everything up in there painted, and then worst case scenario, no, he's got a jacket in there. Dang, that's not gonna be fun to paint. Really, that should be the coat color. I suppose wearing like a turtleneck, I guess. Just slap that up in there. And this will make his gloves darker as well. That way, got some contrast. The stream I think everybody wants to see me do is paint that Galactus in the background. I gotta pull him apart. Actually, I don't know how much, like how long that would really take, because I think I can do most of it with primer. Like just prime him, pull him apart, prime the base, and then it's just a matter of painting with the zombie portions. I can prime the zombie color and the purple. Just have to mask it off. And the zombie color I have is the color match, so the Arm Painter zombie flesh will go with it. Alright. Jacket. Yep, 90% of his color is in this one little bottle. Oh, there's the color I wanted. I was looking for it. I was looking for it yesterday. I used to have a khaki, and I don't have my khaki anymore. I've been trying to find, like, there's this yellow khaki, but it's not the khaki I want. I used to have a khaki that was more of this tan than khaki. That's bone white. I ran out of it. And that's the only problem with these little Vallejo bottles is it's hard to get these color matched even with the same Vallejo anymore. Because sometimes they just make a special color in these, which is kind of stupid, right, in my opinion, because explosion. Because if you want somebody to buy these as a starter set, you should have the option for them to go get the bigger ones. But I guess they want you to force you to keep buying the tiny ones. Don't feel like that's where that's home was. Oh well. Mm. But I will admit, as a starter set, anybody looking for a starter set of paints, these little Whiz Kid sets. I don't know if they're Whiz Kid anymore. But they're Vallejo sets. They have the smaller size bottle, but like all the paints are very well made. I wouldn't have the Army Painter collection that I have if it wasn't for the Army Painter having their uh, huge sale to get rid of their 1.0 paints for their new Fanatic line. And I can tell you, I would can see why the Army Painter struggled before to kind of break into the market, because I'm not really a fan of them compared to like some cheap Vallejos that I got in a starter kit. Most of our original, all of our original minis, every original mini that has been seen on the channel painted is mostly with this starter kit. Our Aftermath minis, all of our original Marvel United minis, everything was with these WizKid paints. They just have a real, like I said, a real clean coverage, a real smooth coverage. A lot of the colors, one coat coverage. And that's one coat without it looking like all gloppy or thick. Yeah, I knew this was going to give me trouble. I don't even want to try to paint in between his legs with this. I don't think I'm gonna mess with that because like it's so dark in there. I don't think you'd even be able to tell, even if I did. So I gotta figure out why my CloudBot isn't working. So I've got it set to 11 minutes after a minimum of one chat message has occurred. For whatever reason, it is not doing the chatbot anymore. I don't think it's a save button. I think all I had to do is just hit the enable button. Now I'm questioning myself. That is it. Probably catch some tomorrow. I almost guarantee that. And right now I'm catching around his wrist, but I need a smaller brush for that. Normally I'll overpaint the gloves, which will usually get in there. For some odd reason, I actually did a decent job with the gloves. All right, I don't know what I want to do with his kneecap things. I really don't, because like I said, the concept art, the way it's like Big Child, they try to make it like they used almost like a non-metallic metal. I mean, it's kind of non-metallic, it's kind of metal, but it's like a tan metal. It's like a metallic tan. I don't have metallic tan. So, what I can do is I gotta do this stupid little necklace anyways. I can use plate mail and then maybe do a wash over top. And the wash can hopefully tan it up a little bit. You mean knee pads? Yes, knee pads. David always keep me up to date on the latest lingo for clothing and attire. And they're not quite knee pads though, because they like go all the way down to his boot. So they're like more of a shin guard, I guess. I mean, I guess if you're gonna have Batman beating on you, you need armor wherever you can get it. It's kind of weird though, because it's goes down to the boot on the one side. On the other side, I can't really tell where it's going. Honestly, that doesn't look half bad. I don't even know if I'm gonna do a wash to it. It actually looks good. Yeah, I think that looks fine. I'm gonna leave it like that. I'd spend more time on it than I need to. All right, so. So now all I gotta do is this, and then use this color also for the base. His mask, his eyes. He is done. And I covered up. So I painted, I painstakingly, I say painstakingly, but I painted the flesh tone around the corner of his mouth last night. And I just painted over the whole thing. Alright, gotta go small. I want to hit the jacket again. It kind of reminds me of Magneto's. Magneto's back of his head had this weird thing, weird shape because of the way they molded him. And it's like, it didn't make sense what that shape was supposed to be. His is kind of similar because it's feels like it's pulled away from the jacket and his neck a little bit in an odd way. Similar but different. Similar but different. Alright, and then I'm gonna have to do pure white on him. I don't always do pure white. Usually don't do pure white for eyes and teeth lately. But because that is basically tan, I don't think I'm going to be able to see his teeth or eyes without it. We could actually do this real quick. Get some of the black. Let's really dilute this down now. Drop of Blanco. Come on, white. Jeez. I had so much trouble with white making a single white dot. I'm sorry, 2 white dots. It's almost like the white was a little bit too watered down. Normally what happens, and the reason I run into trouble with the eyes, is for some reason there's always seems to be a mold line on my eyes. It's not a mold line like a defect where there's like a random hole in the middle of the eye. And the color doesn't want to really stay right on the tip. It's causing me problems. Alright, let's base her up. Very weird surface that he's on, because in the concept art he's not on this same thing. He's just on like a rocky surface. At some point in the design process, he would change what he was standing on. I don't know what he's supposed to be standing on. If it's all supposed to be metal, some of it's metal. Like here, it looks like there's like some kind of electrical wires. This doesn't look like an electrical box like a lot of the other, like the Marvel ones. You can really tell it's an electrical box. You can really tell it's electrical wires. You can't tell what this thing is. Yeah, no clue what he's standing on. came out pretty good. Pretty quickly, I should say. Not pretty good, but pretty quickly. I have to do his base. I'll do umber. I've done umber washing a little bit. Alright, so we'll wipe that down, do us a black ring, and move on to the next. So, either Harley Quinn with a red, or Robin with a red. Hush is faster, yeah, Hush is faster than Superman. Superman's only faster than speeding bullet. Hush is faster than sound. That's crazy. Yeah, Superman he just took so long. All right. Yeah, and I mean he was simple too. There wasn't a lot of touch up that I had to mess with on him. So, because both Harley Quinn and Robin need red, we will go ahead and do the burnt umber before we do the red to maybe reduce. Well, no, I got this terracotta. And we'll just use a terracotta because we got it. Maybe cut down on the time. Maybe. So now here's the question, is with Harley, do I want to do black? Robin's kind of got that same issue of black on black with his hair. It will start with Harley. So, let's get us a little bit more terracotta. I'm going to mix what's on the palette. The palette's separated quite a bit. So I used to, when I painted for longer periods of time, I would actually leave a lot of the paints on the wet palette for weeks. I don't really do that anymore. I pretty much make a new wet palette each weekend now. Left side's red. And see, in here, like this terracotta almost looks red in my camera. So yeah, definitely got my color. The auto does not work for mini painting, or not the auto. The standard ISO that I use for gameplay does not work for mini painting. It switches though, right? Her colors switch like halfway down her costume, I think. Because it's like checkered pattern, right? It's like this is red. But then picture. I know it switches. Robin, like you did Huntress, black hair and off black nearby. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Same way I did Huntress. Now, where are you, Harley? I know they had to paint Harley. You can't not paint Harley. There she is. Oh, good. We have a front and a back. Haha! That helps a lot. So, this side, the waist down is the red. Although they didn't put the line on this spot. They almost made it like bloomers. Yeah, so they show the line here, then they didn't put the line on the, like the bloomers. Kind of weird. Alright, and that makes this arm section the red one. They did a decent enough job, because I mean, yeah, I'm seeing the line, so it does help me pick out. Just like I said, on the bloomers, it's kind of weird because they didn't put the line there. Maybe it was a conscious decision, so it didn't look like a butt crack. And her gloves will be opposites. So this one will be her red glove. And she's got a lot of white, so I pretty much need to do my first coat of white before I move on to Robin. And this boot. Oh, salute. I don't know where that was from. Ooh, that hurt. Yeah, so let's knock out her whites. At least get a first coat on them. That's not going to work well. Well, I'm making this harder on myself later. Because I'm painting these and then I still gotta do the black and the red. I'll just stay away from the front facing of it and that'll help a little bit, I guess. Switch back over to OBS so I can see the chat much easier. I'm kind of debating too, do I want to go pure white with her clown makeup? Because with Joker, I did more of a off white. It was like a greenish white. But in her, I mean, her art and all, it's definitely white. I just don't know. I probably will. I'll probably go pure white. Just use this as a starting point. What is that? The better question is, where is it? There we go. All right. That's good for a first coat on her. All right, now to Robin. All right. And so his red is just his shirt. So know if I want to mess with this size brush though. Oh, his shirt is green. It's not even his whole shirt, it's just his front. Which I kind of already had pink. Probably could have just painted over the red over the pink. And the biggest problem I'm going to have with Robin is trying to get the green I want. Yeah, the green one, Superman, is too green now. Now I could probably use that along with maybe regular green and get the green I want. I'll have to see. Any more red? No, that's pretty much it. Oh, I gotta get under his armpits. And his back. Alright. So, off. Back to Miss Quinn. Alright, so I think I'm going to do the red first, because black will be easier to cover up the red than the red to cover up the black. Question is again, do I want to go pure black with her? I mean, I'm going to go pure white. Why not? Big brush, big brush, big brush, big brush, big brush. Nope, not that big brush. This part brush. That's not good. Red started to set up. Still gonna need a couple coats. I think I was able to get away with 2 when I used the terracotta last time. I think the terracotta is too dark. I think the best one I've got is my Parasite Brown. I think is the best red base coat I've used. I've seen some people use pure brown. I haven't tried that yet. I don't know. And again, I guess I'll have to look at how they painted it. I don't know if she's like making an explosion or if this is just supposed to be dust because she's hitting it so hard. No idea. All right. So I just told Robin rather than have to pull her off every time. Boy Wonder in his Wonder shorts. All right, so how is the red still wet? So I guess we can go on to do the white on her face. Guess. Be a little bit, I guess, more careful with the paints now. Now I'm gonna have to do touch-ups on all this white anyways. So we can do our mallet while we wait for things to dry. Tiny piece of handle in here. and some fingers, which I missed. Nope. We have a mallet. Yeah, see here in the art it shows like a spark. So now I'm thinking it is flames, but they just did it as like dust. Let's hear. Where's the concept art? Yeah, see in the concept art it shows like a spark. Like I guess they couldn't mold that to be like that. So they went a different route. So I guess we could just make it dust. Why not? And again, they did the same thing with Wolverine. His base, you know, is just a big poof. And it looks, when they painted it, they did it like, okay, it's some kind of dust thing. But if you look, he's actually on top of like some electrical conduits, right? He's like leaping off. So, you know, it feels like it's more like a explosion should have happened. So that's what I ended up doing. Again, the first time I painted him, we painted it as an explosion. So the second time I painted it, we painted it as first time we painted it as an explosion, so this time I did it again. I think I made it brown. I made it like tan first. I didn't like the way it looked. Just didn't like. Up to Harley, I think we're good. All right. Coat number 3 of red. We're going to go smaller this time. Robin's last coat of red. Move on to black. All right. On to the black. Just got to be careful with it, that's all. Ooh, that wasn't fun. Trying to keep the bigger brush to try to get this, painted a little bit, not say faster, but like faster, more efficient. It does make for a little bit more complicated maneuvering because I don't want to hit anything I shouldn't hit. Specifically in the red category. Again, I don't know how anybody uses black primer. It baffles me. Because like I struggle so much to get some of these colors to cover, and it seems like black primer would not be conducive to coverage. especially like I said, for whites, reds, yellows, all those hard to color. Either gonna probably have to have like 50 coats. Or maybe everybody who uses black primer now has an airbrush too. I don't know. And you can basically keep doing light airbrush coats, which is a lot easier than light. Brush coats. I just completely stopped in the middle train of thought there. Yeah, get the big spots done, and then I'll come back with the smaller brush. Oops, see your other arm through the side. Dang it. Did not realize that. Alright, so yeah, let's go to the fine brush because I gotta do a mask too. Definitely not gonna try to do the mask with a big brush. Alright. Black is so like dark black that when you have the black against the black, I can't tell where the brush is. I can barely tell if I'm like actually touching the mini sometimes. Alright. There's 3 diamonds. Thought she had 4. Do not see another one. Oops, I got to do the red back there. Dang it. All right. Alright, fingers done, hand done. Explode in there. It's not gonna rub in his head while we got this on the brush. Alright, I saw it. Where did sideburn go? Very annoying. I need to paint it like this. And I whacked his entire face. At least I got the sideburn. Alright, so, and then I'll use the necromantic cloak for the rest of this. Alright, now I did miss a piece of red I said back here, right? Yeah. Oh, does she have these diamonds? 1, 2. She has 3 there. She has 2 there. Is that it? Let's go check the concept art. Yeah, she has 3 on the front. Yeah, and I guess the 2 on the back. That's it. Any other red touch-ups is really the question, because that's what I need to know. How badly did I mess up the black? Touching up around the white, and kind of stupid to do that right now. I still got to do the white. I got to do another layer of the white easy. Although, because I have a base layer, I could just get away with just doing the ends and the tips of the whites. I think that's her shoulder. That is her shoulder. I'm going to paint that red. That's right, I got that other arm I still got to paint behind her too, because I missed that completely too. And that one's black. Somehow I completely missed both of those arms. Or her shoulders. It's really just more her shoulders. I guess because they're round, so I just thought they were part of her little collar thing with the walls. These are pom-poms, so technically there's a little bit of texture on them. That helps. Sometimes Bella acts like we've never fed her a day in her life. Another day she just doesn't eat at all. It's not really us. She's not eating, you don't eat, and then you get hungry the next day. Alright, so let's get that shoulder and then that red for the arm that I missed. Alright, and the red. And there's this arm. Shoulder. make her lips slightly more red. Usually that I've been doing. Pretty much the same thing I do with Joker. A bit too much, Will. I'm a fan of how they did her mouth. It's got this weird texture. I don't know if it's supposed to be like part of her lip or just part of a smirk. It got very difficult for me to determine where her lipstick begins and ends. Alright, so eyes. Eyes are it. She has blue eyes, and I've already got some blue, but it might be dried up the other day. It's not gonna work. Alright, so that's another one down. Just need to do her base. I don't even know if I like it. The gray kind of looks good because it's kind of dusting up this bottom's gray. So I don't know if I want to highlight. Maybe I'll highlight a couple more of the top pieces with a lighter white. Nope. That's about as good as she's gonna get. Have to touch these up. So let's take this. With these little poops there up on top a little bit. All right, and we'll do a light clean. Bella's got to go to the bathroom, guys. Hold on 1 minute. Alright. I got to do some lizard chasing. Brought the plumeria in and he had a little friend tagging along. Alright. I think I'm just going to do a light tone on this. Yeah, soft tone is what it's called. And then after this, all we got left is Zerabon. Zerabon. Oops, so we have to do the metal thing around her mallet. I think my plate mail is probably dried out now. I'm thinking. Let's see here. I mean, it's dried out. Been quite a while since I've used that, so I did not assume that it was going to still be wet. Get a little drop though. I didn't even need a drop. Probably could have just gotten away with like sticking the tip of the brush inside of the paint, the hole in the paint nozzle. There we go. Not the worst eyes I've done, not the best eyes I've done. Music sounds a bit like Final Fantasy VII main theme. I couldn't even tell you which one's playing right now. So now that I got my memberships back, hey Ricardo, how you doing? Now that I got my memberships back, I'll actually be republishing the other albums. So what's playing right now? Oh, Brushstrokes of Time. So this is part of... I forget which album this is part of. I think it's part of Dulce Sueños, maybe? Came to drop by. Gotta go. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. I got one mini left to do. I got Robin As you see, here's Harley Quinn. I just finished her, but it will all be done in due time and ready for next week's streams. Here we go. Let's say Swinya's Sweet Dreams. Yeah, that was one of the first albums. We called it Sweet Dreams. That'll say Swinya's. There we go. And we got Robin. And we're down to Robin. I'm not going to enjoy this one at all. The yellow and the green is going to be a nightmare. I have an hour to do them in, roughly. So let's get started with some yellow, I guess. All right. Now on Superman, I only took 2 coats of yellow, so my hope is I can get out the same way with Robin. Do not know. As I can already tell, this is because of the larger surface. It's harder to keep smooth. Yeah, and it just starts to drag as soon as I do that. And then his collar. Yes, we're going to get the smaller brush for that. Alright. So his collar and then those little stripes. Oh, and his belt. Collar's kind of weird, to be honest, because there's no, like, the collar should be green. The shirt is green. So I'm actually kind of confused about the collar and why it is yellow. It's a very weird thing to have it yellow. Not the best brush for this part. I should have gone up to the medium brush. This is fine for the tiny work I was doing with the stripes. This belt was taking way too long. All right. To let all that dry, I'll have to do a second coat. Didn't do the back of the cloak because that's probably going to take more than one coat. How did I miss his hair? I know I hit every spot of his head. I'm gonna have to fix that. Little blob of black on his forehead. Oh man. Looking at Superman's S on his back, and it's at a certain angle. It's doesn't look complete. Not sure if I want to. Not sure if I want to put another coat on it or not. Oh, we're gonna have to touch this up like 3 more times, depending on how many more coats of yellow I'm doing. So this is probably a futile effort. Alright. Time to see if I can make that green. So, let's take... let's take green skin, maybe. Should I go all the way up to Scorpion? Let's try green skin. And we'll mix it with the bright green that I used earlier. See if I can get anywhere near what I want. There we go. This is an old army painter thing. It's going to take a while. Light reflection was playing tricks with me. I thought Batman's cape had like a white spot across it. I'm like, dang, I know I checked that earlier this afternoon. Okay, this almost looks the right color without changing it. But things darken. Things darken. So let's go with this is not going to be the right color. So, I'm going to mix it all in there. What color are his boots supposed to be? Oh, dear Lord. Don't tell me they're like red. Or yellow. Yellow would be even worse. Where are you at, Robin? Superman, Catwoman, Robin. Black. Oh, good. That was going to freak me out. I don't want to play that game. Alright, let's see if this is a color one. Oh, that might be it. Tell me I got the color on the first try? Just blotting it on here because I got all this extra on my brush. Made way too much though. We're gonna go with the wrong brush again because I'm stupid and I used the wrong brush. Shirt and his mask. Shirt. I was saying I was using the wrong brush, but technically I guess I was using the right brush because there's a lot of like fine little spots I gotta get into. Get my fans on, but like this green color I made seems to be setting up and drying on the palette a lot quicker than most of the other colors have been. Don't know why. A little bit of water in there so I can dilute it down and a second coat. Alright, let's get his mask. And get all the green. I was trying to be all conservative with the mask, but the mask is the entire interior area. It just has the white for the eyes. Yeah. Yeah, green worked out great. I was not expecting that. Alright. I gotta touch up his face, and I have no flesh tone. I think I left him as pale. I made him 20. Oh, that's right, that's the one I was having trouble with. And let's see if I fixed my problem. Yep, good to go. Right. Boots. Boots, boots, boots. And more yellow. Now the question is, with all the other robins, are they the same color green? If so, am I going to remember how to make this? Yes, technically I could look at this video again. And I whacked his kneecap. Yeah. And yellow. Colors are supposed to be. They didn't paint it. Well, there it's showing yellow and black on his motorcycle. They didn't paint Robin. And he doesn't have it there. So probably yellow and black, which let's just go with yellow. All right. So I'm gonna go underneath this cloak and see what happens. The problem is it's going to take one more coat. It's not fun. I gotta wait for that to dry before I can do the last coat. Stop messing with it while you keep messing it up. Yep. Alright, let's just go to his eyes and do all the other stuff, and we'll come back to that again. Come back and do like another coat of yellow, and probably another yellow coat. Alright. His green's drying quick, man. Like it's just gooing up on the wet palette. It's probably that same problem I have with that other green. It's probably the whatever makes it what it is. I think his eyes are too wide. I don't see. Yes. All right, and then we need a light gray for this. Now, somebody noticed on two of these, they didn't do any texture here, and that's very uncommon. Normally they have texture there, which is kind of, not to say disappointing, but it's kind of not a fan, because it just seems unfinished compared to like all the other ones. Yeah, the other one was Huntress, same thing. So I did like a wash in there to kind of make it blobby so that way it didn't look so flat. Does he have teeth? Yes. Of course he has teeth, Will. And of course that's dried up. And everything's drying up on me. I don't want the inside of his mouth pink, but it's what I've got. All right. It's probably way too much. Oh, it's probably way too much. Oh, man. All right, so we're going to dry brush a little bit. I don't think I got as light as I thought it was going to. All right, so let's get that. Hopefully, the last coat of yellow on there. I'm gonna do another coat. Ugh. So annoying. So annoying. You know, like I'm trying to dilute, I'm trying not to dilute, like I just don't know how to get it to like because I want it to be smooth. Yellow doesn't smooth. Probably should have done like Batman. I probably shouldn't have gone so bright yellow. Probably should have gone more this ochre color. So null the base and hope it's dry by the point. Here, we'll just shake this while I'm shaking this. Not sure from what. Alright. Try the yellow one more time. I'm going to dilute it this time. We're just going to, because it's pretty diluted on the palette now. I'm going to take one more. Ugh. Before I knock over the normal, let's cap her back up. Get the last coat on here, and that is done. Plus a about black base rim, but that's pretty much it. I guess I could do the black base rim while I'm. I've never had, so you know, the dirty water is dirty, and it's usually like a grayish color by the time you're done. This is more of a yellow. This is more of a yellow. Yellowish green, I guess. That brush is definitely going to need cleaned out. Just one more coat of yellow in there. I don't know if I can make it any better after one more coat. So David earlier said 5. Superman didn't take 5, but little Robin did. Alright, we'll touch up the black, and I'm gonna have to call out. I just can't keep adding layers. I mean, maybe tomorrow morning I'll keep my wet palette out. I might do one more after it's had time to cure and I have a better lighting situation. But yeah, that's just can't do that in a mall. Alright, so touch up the edge and we're good to go. I said yesterday when I was talking about painting his cloak, I've seen it painted a couple different ways. I've seen people actually take the yellow up over the edge and then do a small yellow line around it. I'm not playing that game. Easy. Still coughing. Two reasons I didn't do it. One, because it doesn't show it that way in the art, so it didn't make sense. But two, because the amount of trouble I'm having just getting this yellow, I was not going to attempt to make that a smooth line on the top. Just on the bottom, you know, it's kind of hidden because it's, you know, on the bottom. Like I just whacked the bottom of the cloak. I almost guarantee you I did. Yep. Dang it. Dang it, Will! Everything's drying so quick too, because the yeah, that's the exact reason right there why I would not have wanted to try to do a yellow trim. I saw somebody do it. It looked good, but I'm not that crazy. on this edge here, and I think we might be good. That's not what I wanted to happen. Better. Right. Rob is a little bit paler than I would like him to be. But that's gonna have to do. I'm not gonna. It's like his teeth are kind of blending in with him. But he's pale. I pretty much, unfortunately, I'm going with the pale flesh, which is way too pale. Tawny's kind of what I want to go with. But with that, I guess we'll do our little reveals. So we got Robin. So like I said, the only thing that's bothering me is there's still a little bit of darkness, like right in there, where the yellow's not covering the way I want it to. And who else did we do? We did Superman. So, and again, unfortunately, I apologize for it. I've got the ISO is too high for mini painting. Like I said, this is the ISO I set it to for regular streams. Mini painting, it seems like it's washed out. That was Soups. We have Hush. And he was faster than Superman tonight. It took me less time. So faster than a speeding bullet, as it would say. And then we got Miss Quinn. Pretty proud of my straight lines there. Especially in the areas where, like, there's a line, which is all in good, but, like, keeping that straight. All right, guys, that is that. That is the stream for this evening. That is 4 more minis, so that was 8 total. So I did 4 and 4 in each night. It always takes, it almost took the full 5 hours tonight. It's 1:50 my time now. If you want to come out and see these live streams, at least keep me company, chit chat. Maybe you paint at the same time, listen to music. Subscribe, hit the bell notification, and then notify me. That way you can come out and join me on these painting sessions. If you want to watch the DC Superheroes United playthrough, same thing, hit that subscribe button, hit the notify me. Those streams will be next week. But until next time, guys, peace.